Alright, so hopefully we're live. Welcome. Most likely welcome to people that are watching this not live. So yeah, I'll give a brief introduction, but I don't know. I mean, it depends on the chat and stuff, but I probably won't do a huge amount of talking in this stream. Be more chilled out, I suppose. Because basically I'm going to be trying to learn Go, which is something I've been learning a little bit recently. Not a huge amount, but yeah, I'm still getting used to Go. It's quite a bit of a like the language itself is fine. Like the language itself is fairly straightforward. It's just because I've been doing like dynamic languages for so long, so like interpreted languages that don't really have types, or at least if they do, they're not like strict types. There's a few things that are different. So even though the language itself is quite straightforward, there's a few things where I have to like think differently about it. Like, whether do I use a pointer or do I pass the value instead? There's a few other things in Go that are just a bit like I'm still not really familiar with. So it's kind of creating a bit of a mental block. So I'm just trying to get over that by doing as much as I can in Go and like things that I would normally do in like PHP. So like, creating an API in PHP, it's kind of nice to have that equivalent in Go. So that's what I'm learning at the moment. Specifically using gRPC, because that's something that, well, I've used RPC before. I've technically used JSON RPC, but not extensively. It was just at a company that I worked for. So yeah, I want to learn gRPC because that seems to be, well, I think it's the most popular RPC framework, I guess you would call it. A lot of companies seem to use it. Like a lot of companies just seem to use RPC in general. So yeah, I want to try and learn. I'm not try, just learn it. There is no try. I either learn it or I don't. So yeah, I'm gonna learn that. That'll be the focus of this stream. I don't quite know what I'm gonna work on. I'm gonna work through this sort of basic tutorial. I've already worked through this quick start here, I think. So basically that was just a case of like copying the code here and making some changes to the code base. You basically just download the code base here and then you just follow through these examples. It sort of explains what's going on, but I think this basic tutorial here is more what's actually going to tell me what's actually going on. There's also this page here which is to do with protocol buffers, which I need to read through first because I sort of get like what protocol buffers do, but I need to get a better understanding so that I know. It's always one of those things where it's like if you use something but you don't know why you're using it, it's sort of like, well, why am I bothering? Because a lot of the times it means writing extra stuff. It was like when I first started learning TypeScript, I didn't really understand types. I didn't get the point of them. So I was like, why am I writing all this extra code? And I'm kind of complaining about it, like I'm just writing all these extra things, and I don't really get why I'm doing it. But then once I started using types more, I realized, oh, okay, I get why types are useful. So it's sort of that kind of thing where it's like I'm writing these proto buffer things, and I don't really get why. But if I go through this, then hopefully I'll understand. And yeah, that's pretty much the plan for this stream. It'd be nice to work on a project at some point because that's kind of the best way to learn is just to actually build something. So I probably will, but I don't know what that's going to be. I've got an idea in my head of something that I want to build, which I think would be quite interesting. I don't know if it's going to be completely redundant. It might be completely redundant. I might be kind of going crazy here, but I think I'll talk about that another time if when I get to like the point where I could start building it. I was thinking of making a video on it at some point because it was basically about databases. I might as well say it. It's basically about databases. Every database that I see, like database hosting platform, like AWS's databases, Google Cloud, stuff like that. They always seem to be quite pricey for what you get. Like a lot of the times with AWS, for example, this is a bit of a pointless tangent really, but with AWS, you can get like a MySQL database, but it's like $15 a month, and it's like, well, what do you get for that $15? You get what is basically the lowest powered VPS that they offer with MySQL on it, which is like $5, that VPS. And then you don't really get much else. It's meant to be like a managed database, but what do they actually manage? I don't really know. So yeah, it sort of bothers me when I'm like wanting to come up with something like I come up with an idea for a project and I'm like, right, okay, I know what I'm going to use for the back end. I know what I'm going to use for the front end. That's all fine, and hosting that stuff's fine. But databases are usually a little bit trickier, and it's like, okay, what do I want to use for that? I'd rather use something that's kind of managed for me in that regard. And a lot of the times it's just pricey. And it's like, does it need to be this expensive? And I don't. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. But I'd like to look into that a little bit more and see if I could set something up that makes it a little bit easier and means that actually you could just use like a $5 VPS and have stuff that, because the thing that I guess the big issue really isn't putting it on a VPS. It's more like scaling it up and stuff is really the issue. That's the thing I always think about, like putting like an application on a VPS is fairly straightforward. I mean, you have to do some setup, but you can set up like Ansible or something like that, and you could get an Ansible script going that basically does it for you, sets up the VPS. Install, like if you wanted a Go thing, you do install Go, download the code, and then like run it and add like a service that restarts it if like it crashes or something like that. And that's all fine. And if you wanted to scale that up, you could, load balance between multiple VPSs and stuff like that. But if you had a server on that VPS, all of a sudden it becomes a whole other issue of like, how do I scale up this now? Because now I have a database with all the data plus the application. So you kind of have those two things separate usually, or at least I do anyway. And yeah, it's a bit more difficult when they're on the same server to scale things up, because you can't just like, if you wanted to scale vertically, then you would get a more powerful VPS and you would set all that up whilst your old VPS is running, and then switch the DNS over to the new one. And then once that new one's taking all the requests, you would shut the old one down. But that old one's obviously got the database on it. So how do you manage that? It's because you probably need a better VPS for the database as well. So that that database should go to the new VPS, but then you're transferring data, and that's a whole that's a whole other issue. I mean, this is a bit of a tangent, but that might be the project I work on, some kind of something there to help with databases and make them a bit more affordable. I mean, they're not like that crazy expensive, but when you've got like a SaaS application, you want to be spending as little as possible initially, because the likelihood is you're not going to get any users. Like, it's a bit of a harsh reality of launching your own thing. There's a good chance it's going to fail. There's a good chance nobody's going to use it. So if you're like paying $15 a month for your database, it's a bit plus whatever you're paying to host your application, and you're probably also paying for like emails as well, which is like at least $10. So you're paying like $15 database, at least $5 if you've got like a VPS running your application. So that's $20 plus you've got your email stuff, and most likely you also need an email provider as well. So not just like somebody to send the emails, something like Postmark or Mailgun or something like that. That's like $10 a month. Oh my god. Then you've also got the actual email service itself, so that you can receive emails. So like Gmail or something like that, like Gmail Business Suite, I think it is. That's like $9 a month. So, and then obviously you buy the domain. Yeah, it adds up quite quickly. And all of a sudden you've got this like monthly fee of like $40 or something. So it's not the end of the world. It's just, for me in my head, I'm like, what am I paying $15 for? But I also don't want to set up my own database. So yeah, that's a bit of a tangent. But yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking of that yesterday. I was like, it'd be cool if there was something that you could just pay for, like the VPS that's hosting the database, but then the platform itself takes care of things like scaling it up and stuff like that, and you don't need to worry about that. So it manages it all for you, but you pay for the VPS. That makes sense. And the platform makes money from the margin on the VPS rather than, you know, charging you for managing the database, if that makes sense. Because most of it's automated. Like most of the stuff you would do, like scaling up and stuff like that, is automated stuff. So you, I don't know, what are you charging for then? Like the development of that stuff, I think that can come out over the margin that's on the VPS, you know, like the profit margin on that. So that's just what I was thinking. I don't know if it's going to be a thing. I don't know if I'm going to do it. It's just I thought if I have a, you know, need a project to work on, that's probably a more interesting project. Like it's an actual thing, and it's something that I would probably want to use. If I could go on and get like a database that's just kind of managed for me, it sets it up, it's on its own server, and that's it. It's all good. So yeah, that's what I was thinking. There's a few like pieces of the puzzle to that, and like I say, I don't know. I if I come up with something different, I'll probably work on that. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'll have to do some brainstorming, because I do need like a proper project to work on, so that I can actually, you know, learn all this stuff properly. Reading through stuff's fine, and it's good to get the theory, but I need to actually like consistently work on it, preferably on like a decently sized project. So yeah, the database thing would be interesting. I think that there'll be another project out there that also maybe just a little project to do before that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But getting started here, yeah, I wanted to learn about protocol buffers. I don't think I'm going to read all this stuff out, but I will like zoom in so that you can see it. Hopefully, that should be fine. I think. Looking at the stream, is this? I need to check the stream like on YouTube actually, because I haven't seen it. How do I even get to my channel? Okay, that looks fine. Yeah, you can read that. Okay, cool. I wonder what the title should be. Learning Go plus gRPC. That's fine. It's not a particularly enticing title, but it'll do. So yeah, I'm going to read through this. I'm not, like I say, I want it to be more of a chilled out stream, so I'm not going to, like, actually read everything out loud. I'm just going to read through it. Feel free to follow along if you want to. I mean, obviously, you can see all the pages and stuff here. It's just that, you know, if you just type gRPC, you'll probably get taken to it anyway. So yeah, I'm going to read through this, and I'll kind of come back in with like thoughts and questions and stuff. But obviously, these will be questions that I'm answering myself. So, but I'll say them anyway, just because, you know, if there's something I'm struggling on, maybe you're struggling on it as well. So yeah, because this is all new to me. I don't know. I've used gRPC like a tiny bit before when I was trying to learn it before, but I never really committed to it because it was like it just wasn't something I used. It was just something I knew companies use, but I just didn't have a reason to use it, so I stopped. But now I do have like a reason to use it, so that's why I'm doing this. But anyway, yeah, let's get on with it. I'm going to read through this and probably not talk much. Right. Okay, that's a good point, actually. It's like JSON, except it's smaller and faster. I know that sounds like a weird thing to bring up, but I was thinking about like the benefits of it, and I was thinking it must be faster than JSON. Otherwise, they'd just use JSON. But Yeah, so it's good to know that that is actually like literally the first thing they say is it's faster, it's smaller and faster than JSON, which is good. Which is good because it gives a pretty compelling reason to use it. Anyway, keep going. One thing that I am wondering about is anytime I hear about gRPC, it always mentions like communication between servers, like services. It says it here. They're used extensively in inter-server communications, which is interesting. I mean, I used to work at a company that used JSON RPC to communicate from the front end to the back end, not really between services. So I was always that's something that I keep seeing that, and I'm always wondering like, well, is it like inappropriate to use it from like a website sending a request to a service that like accepts gRPC? Is that like a weird thing? Is that not what people do? Do they only use REST in that scenario, or could they just use gRPC for that as well? I guess technically you could. There's like I assume there's a JavaScript client, so I assume you can do that, but I don't actually know. I don't know. It's just they keep saying like inter-server communication, which is like would suggest that you only use it for communicating sort of between backend services rather than like between a website and a backend. I don't know if you use it for that because I was thinking if I used gRPC, it would make sense to do that because then it would keep it consistent instead of having like a REST API plus a service that uses gRPC. So because that'd basically be what the that'd be like the flow would be something like website sends request to REST API, and then that server that's handling the REST API, if it needs any information from another service, would use gRPC. So it's like you've got these two separate kind of standards going on. So I don't know if it would make sense to just use gRPC across the board, or if that's just like a thing that isn't allowed. Maybe I should search that. Actually, that's like one of the questions I had. Can you use gRPC in communi? Wait, how would you even write this? Communication between a website and backend. Something like that. I think that's a fair question. Oh, okay. Yes. This is the AI overview, so hopefully it's accurate. Yes, gRPC can be used for communication between a website and a backend. It's often associated with backend to backend communication. gRPC Web provides a way to use gRPC from within a web browser. Okay, then that's interesting. So you need this gRPC Web. Is that like its own thing? gRPC for web clients. How popular is this? 9K. Oh, okay then. I always look at the stars to see whether people actually use it. It does see. Oh, it's like literally. Wait a minute. This commit was last month, and it's still got a job pending. Bloody hell. That's quite a long time for a GitHub action to take. Okay. Let me have a look. No, I mean they're all broken, but Yeah, this one's still going on. I've seen that on another thing actually, like a Google. There was another thing I was looking at that Google. It might have actually just been gRPC. I think it was the actual version of gRPC I was looking at, and it had a build that was like really old, like a GitHub Action thing that was taking ages. But I don't know if that's like by design or if it's just there's just a lot of things to process. But anyway, so this is a JavaScript implementation of gRPC for browser clients. So that's interesting. So you could uses Envoy. Oh, Envoy proxy. Yes, I saw a job description recently that mentioned Envoy proxy. That's interesting. That's something that I'd like to look at. Clients connect to a GRC via a special proxy. Oh, okay. So it doesn't connect directly, it goes through something else. Envoy is an open source edge and service proxy designed for cloud native applications. So does that mean that it can't? So clients connect to a gRPC service via a special proxy. So it has to use that proxy. Is that what it's saying? You want to use RPC from the front end to the back end, you have to go through something else? Why would you have to go through something else? Because you're not just sending an RPC request to the proxy, and then the proxy sends it on to the service. Is that? I don't know. Maybe this is a bit too far forward. Run the server and proxy. You need to have a gRPC server that implements a service interface and a gateway proxy that allows the client to connect to the server. Right, okay. So you can't just. Hey, welcome to the stream. I'm really bad with names, like Novianto. Is that how you say it? I feel like I'm saying speaking a different language there, like the accent Novianto. Welcome to the stream. You can watch me struggle through understanding what's going on here. Yeah, I don't really get the whole having something in the middle. I don't really get the point of that. Yeah, I just realised my chat is in like a really not a great place because it's like all the way. I've got a second monitor that's on the right hand side, and the chat is like all the way to the right hand side. So I have to like fully turn my head to see chat. I might need to sort that out at some point. But yeah, so you need something in the middle, which is interesting because yeah, like I say, I've seen a job description recently that mentioned Envoy proxy. So I'll have to look into this and see what it is because I don't really get. The thing that I don't really get is why you need to connect to a proxy when you could just connect directly to the service. I don't know if that's just not something that is supported. Maybe Envoy proxy is like there's something specific going on that allows. I don't know. Maybe it does some. I mean, I'm sure it does something. That's why it exists. But yeah, I don't really get the point of it. Docs for the latest version. I mean, this is way ahead of where I need to be. So, what is Envoy? I'm just really interested because I've seen Envoy is an L7 proxy and communication bus designed for large level 7. I'm not really good with the whole level, like the HTTP level thing, but level 7 is that application. But bus designed for large modern services. The network should be transparent to applications. When network and application problems do occur, it should be easy to determine the source of the problem. That's fair enough. HTTP. Oh, it's talking about the level. It's called Envoy. Is a level 3/4 network proxy. Right. Yeah, it does. It does something. I'm sure. I think when I kind of figure stuff out a little bit more, it probably will make more sense to me. Maybe it's going to be one of those things where I would have to maybe try and interact with a gRPC backend from the front end, and then I'm like, oh, okay, now it makes sense why I would need this Envoy proxy thing. But it'd be good to learn that because I did, like I say, I did see a job that uses it, and it'd be good. It's always one of those things where it's like they'll ask you if you went for an interview, they'd ask you have you ever had any experience with Envoy Proxy? And you're like, yeah, I have actually. I spent ages reading through it on a live stream. Anyway, we'll continue with this. Like I say, no, I'm not going to. Well, I'll talk every now and again, but I find it difficult to talk and read. I'm probably slightly dyslexic. So I'll read through this. Feel free to read along. Where did we get to? Yeah, I think we got to here. So, right. Yes, I'm going to read from here. Right. Cool. So it allows you to use the same. It's kind of like. Well, actually, wasn't there a thing? I think it was like. Was it called T3 or something like that? It was like a JavaScript thing. That basically would allow you to have types across the network. Like if your client and your server use TypeScript, the request could be like typed, if that makes sense. So yeah, something like that where it allows you to have those types of effectively, like both sides know what's going on. That's quite interesting, very useful. Oh, okay. So gRPC uses HTTP2 features, and no browser provides the level of control required. Oh, so I guess Envoy Proxy kind of, yeah, it kind of, how would you say it? It makes up for the features that browsers are lacking. I guess it does something that makes it compatible. I guess it's like that kind of middle layer that. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so I guess does that mean that if HTTP2 becomes more of a thing, and I haven't really looked into it, but I am aware of some of the features of it, and it sounds quite interesting. But maybe Envoy Proxy wouldn't necessarily be a thing that needs to exist for much longer. But I guess companies would still use it because they tend to do that. Oh, everything's set up to use Envoy Proxy now. We'll just keep using it. But yeah, that makes more sense actually. If there's features lacking on the browser, then yeah, that's fair enough. And I guess you don't need to worry about that between services because they can just have those features. You're not bound to like whatever the browser can do. That's good. It keeps talking about data stores here. Where did it say? It said something about like compact data storage. Apparently, Google uses this for so inter-service communication as well as for archival storage of data on disk. I don't really know what that means exactly, or like how gRPC fits into that. I wonder if it's something to do with streaming because that's something that gRPC can do. It can like stream data, which was it on the basic tutorial? Oh yeah, it was. I think yeah, server-side streaming with RPC. That's something I saw a while ago, and I was quite interested in that because it's streaming data isn't really something I've done that much. Just not really something that you need to do that often, but it's quite interesting. What was bi-directional streaming? Because that sounds interesting. Because that's like sort of like a WebSocket type thing, which is again another thing that I haven't really used that much. So right, where were we? So cross-project support. I don't know if I really need to read this bit, but we'll. Oh, these are widely used in at Google. What? Just this? Message timestamp, seconds and nanos. This is widely used. Yeah, I guess that makes sense actually, because yeah, a lot of the times they store data as like the seconds since that Unix timestamp thing. Yeah, I have read about it before. It's just not something I really pay that much attention to be honest with you, because it's not really something that's, the difference between HTTP and HTTP2 has never been something I've been like, oh, that's quite interesting to know. I'm very pragmatic with my learning, is what I'm getting at there. So it was never something that I was like, oh, I need to learn that. But yeah, I might have to add that to my list of things to look at. But I'm gonna be honest with you. My list of things to learn is incredibly long at the moment. So for varying different reasons. So yeah, it's getting overwhelming pretty quickly. I'll be honest with you. Updating proto definitions without updating code. Software products to. It's less common to be forward compatible. When updating proto definitions. Okay, I think that'll probably do. Um, I'd rather get like do something practical. I'm not very good at the whole, just reading through things. I prefer to like just get on with something. So this is probably the best place to start. I mentioned at the beginning of the stream that I've already done the quick start thing, which is actually I think I have the code open for that. Yeah, here it is. I probably need to make the code a bit bigger actually. Oh, I think that's fine. But yeah, this was like the quick start thing, which was just literally just like a add some things to this. I think that you add this say hello again function thing, and then add it in here. So it was interesting. Like I said, I'm still getting used to Go. It's the language itself is fairly straightforward, but there's certain things that I still kind of struggle with a bit. Like for example, stuff like this, where it's like passing the reference rather than the value. That's getting used to that because you don't really do that in like the languages I've used. That's just not really a thing you do that often. Technically speaking, in PHP, which is kind of my most used language, there are sort of methods where you can pass in the reference, and then you can modify the actual, like instead of modifying a copy, you just modify the actual thing. So you can do that, but it's very rare. Like there are only there's one that I can think of, and I actually don't even know what it. I know that there's one that exists, but I don't even remember what it's called. But yeah, there's like one. I think it's like an array function or something that you pass in the reference, and that's it. So there's one time you do it. So yeah, this is a bit all this stuff with the stars. I don't know what's going on, but I'm getting used to it. Sort of baby steps. I've spent like 9 years using languages where you just don't need to care about any of this stuff. So now all of a sudden it's like, oh, I need to think about the types I'm using and stuff like that. So it's a bit of a I don't know. I almost feel like it would have been easier if I'd have like started off with a language like I'm trying to think when I started. I mean, Go would have been a thing, so yeah, I could have started with Go, but even if it was just like C, something like that, I feel like it would have been easier than go like no experience to using C or some other strongly typed compiled language than going for 9 years using dynamic languages or dynamically typed languages and then moving into something like Go. You came from JS, yeah. Well, that's another thing. Yeah, but those are my two languages really, PHP and JavaScript. I've dabbled in other things, but yeah, you're getting used to things, getting used to the kind of because you can do types in PHP, and obviously JavaScript has TypeScript, so you can do types there as well. But it's really not. It's not as strict, and they're completely optional in PHP. So it's not as strict as Go. Obviously, Go needs them for compilation and stuff, but yeah, it's a bit. I don't really know how to describe it, but it's like I don't know. It's one of those things where you get so used to something, and then all of a sudden it's like right, all of this stuff feels different. Like even though Go it's still programming, it's still if statements and for loops and stuff like that. It still feels a bit like okay, I don't know what's going on here. Like there's this and here, and it's like I still don't. I sort of know what that does, but in a weird way, I feel like I don't. I don't really know how to explain it, but it's like it feels like such a mental barrier. And the only solution really is just doing as much as you can in Go and getting used to it. Just kind of trying stuff out and not being afraid to kind of fail and stuff because that's what's going to be the best way to learn is literally just trying something, it fails, and it's like okay, and now I'm getting used to it, because that's the best way to learn is by making the mistakes because that forces you to understand what's going on in order to fix the mistake. So yeah, and there's a few questions I have that I want to I need to make like a list of stuff, but yeah, one of the things that I was confused about was like, how do you handle JSON in Go? Because obviously that's such a big thing. It's like passing JSON between services and stuff. But yeah, maybe that's a question for another time. But there's probably a built-in thing, and then there's probably a package that makes it even easier. So I'll probably look into that at some point. But yeah, this kind of stuff here, like the memory-related things, and it's not even that crazy because Go has a garbage collector, which means to some extent you don't really even need to care that much about memory, like allocation and stuff. But it's just like the references and yeah, the pointer related stuff, I guess, is what I'm getting at here. But PB. Oh yeah, so that's that. So yeah, PV is the protobuf thing. Ooh, right. Anyway, yeah, this is for the yeah, this is for the quick start, which I don't think the basic tutorial like builds on. I don't think, unless is that the same thing? Oh, yeah, that might be the same thing actually. Oh, okay, yeah. So I've already got the code. It's basically in here. I think it might be on that like the level above it. So let me just have a look at this. Yeah, so root guide is what I'm looking for. I think CD root guide. There we go. I'm using Windows as well, which is fine. The only reason why I'm using Windows really is just for convenience, because it can be a bit of a pain to do like video creation stuff on Linux. But I do technically have a dual boot, but I don't know if it still works. I don't know if I think it's Debian that I've got. I don't know if I don't know if it's messed up because I haven't used it in a long time. So weird actually. I've been using Windows now for, well, technically speaking, I've been using Windows and Mac OS because that's what I normally work on is MacBook. But yeah, I've been using Windows for a long time now, which is weird because I went off Windows completely and just basically became exclusively Linux. And then when I started my last job, they got me a MacBook, which was very nice of them. So I was using Mac OS for the most part. Now I've been using Windows and I don't know, man. There's some things like PowerShell. I don't know. There's sometimes when you type in a command and it doesn't seem to work, but I think I've sort of figured that out now. Most of the time, it's just because it's not in your path. So if it's in your path, then it'll work. It just took a bit of time for me to get used to that because I was so used to using Linux. And a lot of times, the way that you install things on Linux is like it adds everything automatically. So when you run the command in your command line, it just works. But with Windows, it's like a bit of a... Which do I prefer? I think Mac OS, and I know this is going to be a bit... maybe a bit controversial, but I actually think Mac OS is like... So far, from my experience, it's been like the ultimate operating system. Which sounds weird, and I know a lot of people don't like Apple. But the thing I like about Mac OS is it's like... It's Linux in a sense, like it's a Unix type system, but it has the convenience of being like it's got the convenience of Windows, but the developer friendliness of Linux. That's what I found so far. So I've actually really liked the Mac OS, to be honest with you. I know, like I say, some people hate it, some people get a bit kind of tribal about it, and it's like the only thing they'll use is a MacBook. Yeah, the price isn't great, but you can get there is a thing you can do. Apple, what do they call it now? It's like second hand or something like that. There's like an official I forgot what they call it. I've literally got it. I literally had it saved somewhere. It's like oh, hang on. Yeah, I know what it is. I think Apple refurbished, I think they call it. Yeah, Apple certified refurbished. Mac. And then price load high. So you can get them a bit cheaper. And these are like certified. So I think what they do with these is when somebody like returns a Mac or something, maybe they like trade it in. I think they keep the internals, which is obviously like the expensive part, like the CPU and stuff like that. Make sure that all works, and then I think they change like the, what would you call it, the chassis? Is that what the people refer to it on as, like the kind of the thing that contains the components, I guess. I think they do that, so you kind of get like not a new laptop, but pretty much new, and it's quite it's only for some countries. I actually don't know. I don't really know much about like where Macs are available and stuff like that. So I don't really know. Maybe it is only for some countries. All I know is it's available for me, so I was like quite interested in this. If I get a new laptop, I was thinking I don't really need. I mean, this has got 13-inch MacBook Air with Apple M4 chips, so that must be the latest one, isn't it? So, because I remember I bought my laptop, so I bought my own laptop, and then the company I worked for, they bought me a MacBook Air, and first of all, I really liked it. MacBook Airs, it was a really small laptop, but its battery life was incredible. It was really powerful, so I can't complain about it. It was really good. So I actually want, if my next laptop, I want it to be a MacBook Air. And on here it's a bit cheaper, but I remember my actual MacBook, which is a MacBook Pro, costing like something like 1,500. So it's just that, I mean, that's a lot of money for a laptop. So I think it was that much. It might have been more actually. I don't know. It was really expensive. But yeah, Apple does tend to be overpriced in a sense, but you also find that they're you can, like, when you get a MacBook, you know it's going to be good. And I found that I've had laptops before that are like Windows laptops. I remember having a gaming laptop, the first laptop I ever bought myself, when I got my first job. When I got my first job, I bought a gaming laptop, so a really powerful laptop. I don't really know why. It was a really dumb choice, but it eventually, so it was running Windows, right, and it eventually became really slow, like it was really sluggish, and I was like, how's it becoming slow? It's like a gaming laptop, it's got a powerful GPU, it's got a powerful CPU, it's got loads of RAM, it should be really fast. But for some reason it was just really slow. My MacBook is like older than what that laptop would have been at the time when it became slow, and yet it's still really fast. There's something about MacBooks that just, when it comes to laptops at least, that, like, if I get a desktop, I'll install Linux and I'll be happy with that. And obviously I've got Windows running as well. I usually have a dual boot, so I'll have Windows and Linux, and I'll be happy with that, and that's fine for desktop. But when it comes to laptops, for me, I've never used anything that comes close to a MacBook Air or a Pro. But the Air was really good. The Air was, I think it was like an M2 chip or something like that, or an M1. Really good. Really liked it. The M4 is good value. Yeah, I found that. Yeah, they seem to be these chips that they're coming out with. I mean, they keep coming out with them. Like, I swear it was only like last year that the M1 came out, and now there's an M4. I didn't even realize there's an M4. This is the first time I'm seeing it. Yeah, they do seem really good. I don't know if there's like issues with it though. The thing that, well, it's probably not really the place to get into it, but I always wondered about compatibility, because technically speaking, I think the M chips are a different architecture to like Intel's chips. So I always wondered, like, how do things just work? Maybe there's like some kind of compatibility layer. But M5 in October, bloody hell! I've just heard of the M4. I think what I might do is buy, like, it's quite good actually that they're coming out quite fast, because the newer laptops are usually really expensive, but then the older laptops become quite cheap, or cheaper anyway. They're still quite expensive themselves, but they're still really powerful. So getting an M4 might become even cheaper when the M5 comes out. So, but yeah, this refurbished thing, I saw it, and if it's available to you, then if you want to get a Mac, this is probably the place to go. I haven't bought anything yet, so I can't recommend it really. But just in terms of the price, it seems quite compelling to go for this instead of like buying a new one. And like I say, I think they like change the outer the shell of the laptop. Like the components are all the same, and those are the expensive parts. But the actual shell, I think they change it, but I don't quote me on that because I don't know if they actually do or not. But it's repackaged in a brand new box with all accessories. So they might not change the shell. I guess it depends how broken it is. But I would imagine that probably makes more sense to change like the shell of the laptop rather than the components, because that's where the money is. So the actual shell itself is like probably not that expensive compared to like the CPU and stuff. But yeah, it's interesting. I'm not really in the market yet. I think my MacBook Pro is still going strong, even though it's like I think it's like 3 years old at this point, and it's kind of I've literally thrown it about, and it's still kind of chugging along. So I'm sticking with that for now, and I've got this. My desktop PC is like pretty good, so yeah, I'm not going to buy anything yet. But if I do get anything, it will be a MacBook Air, because that really surprised me when I got the MacBook Air. I was a bit worried at first, because a guy ordered it for me, and it was like, I got sent the screenshot, and it said like MacBook Air, and I was like, okay, I guess we'll see what this is like. And I got it, and I was really sad when I left that job that I had to give it back. I was really hoping they'd be like, yeah, you can just keep the laptop. Obviously, companies generally don't do that. But I was genuinely like, oh man, that sucks that I have to give it back. Because what I wanted to do was wipe it, wipe all the work stuff off of it, and then just have that as my laptop. That would have been awesome. But yeah, I think for my next, it was nice and small as well, so you could just, if you needed to take it about, it was powerful, but I think it was a 13-inch laptop. So I've got like this little laptop bag, that you can take it in, and it weighs barely anything, but it's like metal as well. It's really good build quality. Honestly, some people hate on Apple, and I get it. I get why they do, and the things they sell are expensive, but genuinely really, really happy with it, to the point where I actually missed the laptop when it went. So yeah, maybe one day I'll get a new MacBook Air, which yeah, it probably has to be fairly soon, because I think my MacBook Pro is still dying. Like, it's still performant, but it's like slowly dying. I've had it for a while. Also, they do that thing apparently where they slow down old devices. I don't know if that counts. I don't know if they do that with MacBooks or if it's just like the iPhone, but yeah, that might be coming into effect at some point. Anyway, got this basic tutorial to work through. Oh god. To be honest, I'm having much more fun talking about laptops for some reason. I think the thing that gets me about these kind of learning stuff like gRPC is the fact that it's that thing that always happens with tutorials where you're working through the boring stuff. It's always really boring. I always find tutorials the most boring thing. Like, I want to just work on something, and I don't know if that's the way to go. Like, you kind of have to read through the tutorial to some extent, but I'd be lying if I said I enjoyed this part. It really is boring. I like building stuff, so we'll have to get on with it. You have to suffer through the boring shit until you can build things. I mean, to be fair, I could just start building something. I don't really have anything to build, but yeah, you could just like struggle through building a project. But anyway, well, I'll keep going with the tutorial. That was kind of the point of the stream. It was meant to be a chilled out stream, just kind of reading through stuff. Well, video tutorial and then read the documentation. I think what I prefer is sort of I was going to say a hybrid of what you were saying there, but these kind of tutorials I do prefer, where you read through some text and you can kind of work along at your own pace. There is definitely something to be said about having somebody that knows what they're doing, talking through it. Like, it's quite useful when they're going through stuff, and it almost helps you understand it better. But I do like, if I were to choose, I'd go for like text-based tutorials where I can just kind of work through at my own pace and read through you know, like when you come to this stuff here, it says defining the service, and then it's got all these links to other things. It's quite nice to be able to like just click off somewhere else and read that, like I did with this protocol buffer stuff. I read through this, and that was linked from here. Yeah, protocol buffers. So I quite like doing that because that's like my own pace. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Video tutorials and then read through the documentation to kind of like get the rest of the information, because video tutorials aren't always extensive. So mine aren't. My tutorials are definitely not extensive. Bloody hell! I wanted to see that actually. I did a React tutorial recently. I uploaded it like, was it a week ago or something? And let's just say it has not gone well. The views have not gone well. I literally did a video where I read through the Erlang documentation. It was like an hour and a half long video. And it got like 1,000 views in a few days, which is mental because I don't have many subs, so it's not like that's not normal for my channel. So that was the most low effort video I've ever done. And it was the most successful. Well, it's not the most successful in terms of total views, but it was most successful in terms of like the views I got for a specific time period. So like the first 7 days, it got 1,000 views. That's the most successful I've ever had. And it was low effort. I can't believe it. So I do this React tutorial, which is like 2 hours and 40 minutes of me struggling through creating a React application. Things going wrong left, right, and center. And that does 119 views. And I thought, like, the thing that got me about it is that I thought that that was going to be the more successful video because it's a React tutorial and people love React. But yeah, now I'm thinking like, oh, maybe people don't like React that much, or they just don't like my tutorials. But yeah, I need to rethink the videos I make. I think do something a bit different because I was kind of, I suppose I hedged all my bets on like React being popular, which it still is. Like it still is popular, obviously, but it's not. I don't know. It's not that enjoyable to cover React, so I might have to rethink my content strategy and figure out something. Which is why I'm doing these live streams, to be honest with you, because that's like I can basically just do what I was going to do anyway, except live stream it. Which is that's what, today I was just going to like learn Go and RPC in preparation for potentially another job, hopefully. But I don't tend to. Well, I haven't really applied anywhere, to be honest with you. But I know a lot of jobs that I've seen recently are using Go, and a lot of them are using RPC, which is the whole point of me learning this. Okay. Sorry about that. I'm just doing stuff on my other monitor. I keep debating whether to. I'm gonna. I keep debating whether to like grab a drink or not, but yeah. I drink too many energy drinks. That's the problem. That's what I was debating. It wasn't whether to get a drink, it was whether to get an energy drink. I think I might have a slight. Oh. Okay. I think I might have a slight addiction, but I was thinking like. I've got Red Bull, and I've got 2 sizes of Red Bull. So I've got like the 355 milliliter one, and then the 250 milliliter one. And I was like, I've already had a 355 milliliter today. It would be a bit excessive to have another one. That's a lot of Red Bull. But I could just have a 250 milliliter one. Oh my god, the kind of like mental gymnastics I'm doing to justify having another energy drink. That's a problem. That is a big problem. I'm definitely addicted to Red Bull. Right, okay. That'll give me the energy I need to power through the tutorial. I think this is a work-along tutorial, like it's one where you actually code at the same time. So yeah, so I've already got this, which is good, and I've CD'd into that. And now, oh yeah, I need to open it. That's what I need to do. Oh, okay. Root guide. Okay, so this is the proto stuff, yeah. Server and client. Cool. So yeah, I forgot to, well, I don't really need a timer, but I'm gonna set one anyway. Yeah, I've started doing something, well, not recently, but a little bit ago I started doing something where I'd set a timer on my phone, and it'd be like, I might set a timer for like 3 hours, something like that, and during that 3 hours I would do focused work, so it's kind of like a productivity thing. I don't know if it's really worked, but I still quite like having the timer on just to know where I'm at, like how much time do I need to keep going. And I noticed that it helped for consistency. So like every day I knew, right, I need to do 5 hours of something, and then I could consistently do that and consistently learn stuff. So it's just a useful thing, but I haven't actually done that yet. But yeah, I put it on for 4 hours, so I'm trying to get like 5 hours done of whatever I'm trying to learn at that moment in time. So in this case, obviously Go and gRPCs. So I should be streaming for another 4 hours basically. Anyway, I've been talking so much. I need to get on with actually doing this. So defining the service. To define a gRPC service, the method request and response type. Protocol offers. Right, I can just read that in code. Okay, that's interesting. So you put stream here. Okay. It's talking about streaming. Yeah, I think that's the thing I'm most interested in because that's the thing that's most different. Like if you do a REST API, you tend not to stream things that much. So I think this idea of like sending a request and then getting a stream of data back is quite interesting. Okay. So yeah, and if it's the client side streaming data, you put the stream here instead. Okay, that's good. And then yeah, if it's bidirectional, stream here. I think I've already got this stuff. I wonder if there's an easy way of doing. I guess you can just make like a bash script or something. But it's quite a long command, isn't it, to generate the protocol buffer stuff. Also, this is one of the things that I got that was really annoying about PowerShell. I was mentioning that PowerShell can be a bit annoying sometimes. This is one thing that's annoying, is that it doesn't let you do this thing. Normally, if you define if you find if you define a backslash, it will like if you're using Linux or Mac OS, if you do a backslash, it basically means like continue the command on the next line. So it means you don't have to write out like everything in one long line. You can just go, backslash enter, and then next line, and then backslash enter next line, and then when you press enter without a backslash, it'll run the command. It doesn't really do that on Windows, which is really annoying. I do have git bash, which might do it, because git bash is like more of an emulator of a kind of Linux type CLI. But it'd just be nice to do it with PowerShell, because that's kind of the the thing to use on Windows. But yeah, it's fine. You can just write it. It just means you have to copy this like line by line and then put it all on one line in PowerShell, which is a bit annoying, but not the end of the world. So it looks like all this code is actually written for me, I think, because the protocol buffer stuff's been generated, I think. And I guess are we looking at server stuff here? Yeah, this has all been done. Yeah, I guess that's fine, but it's not as it's not really as useful as like writing out yourself. But I think if I just read through this tutorial, then that seems like what this is going to be potentially, is just reading through it, and then I can maybe start building something. I don't know what to build, but just anything. It's probably good to just build like have two services communicating with each other, which you can do in the same file. Like you can do the client and the service. I'll probably do something like this where I set up something similar to this, but like my own thing, and then just mess around with it, because it'd be nice. I think the thing I'm worried about is the streaming stuff, because that sounds like it's going to be like the normal RPC stuff where you just do a request and get a response. That, that's normal. That's what you do anyway. The streaming stuff, however, sounds a little bit like it could be trickier. So that's probably what I want to prioritize, and just prioritize the tricky stuff, and then everything else will feel really easy. Which is something I don't normally do, but I probably should do that. Right, so where are we? Let's have a look. So creating the server. Yeah, this is something that gets me about Go, is stuff like this. Their sort of error stuff is a bit kind of. It's only confusing because I haven't used it, but yeah, if is equal to stream.send, and then you've got this semicolon, which is unusual to see in Go. If error is not equal to nil, return error. So that's like. I sort of get what that's doing. It just feels like a weird way of writing it is all. But yeah, that'll be something to get used to. But yeah, it's interesting. So you do stream, which is trying to think where the stream comes from. Well, I can probably look at the code actually. Which one is it? Right. List features. Oh. Oh, okay. It's coming from. Does it say it there? Oh yeah, okay. There's stream. Yeah. actually feel like I slightly understand the streaming stuff, which is good. And then yeah, so you just loop until either you get an error or end a file. So that's actually quite straightforward, really. And then just send and close. That's good. Returned. Well, still good, and continue reading. If it's end of file, the message stream has ended. Return its root summary. If it has any other value, we return the error as is, so that it'll be translated to RPC status by the gRPC layer to an RPC status. Okay. All right, here we go. Bidirectional stream. I assume that's going to be fairly similar to. Okay. So the only difference is, instead of doing send and close, you do just send, and you don't. Does it ever close? Forever a point where it closes? I guess when it's end of file, I guess it closes. But that's interesting, actually, and it's interesting that they call it chat server, which gives me an idea. I think doing some kind of chat server to learn RPC is probably a good thing to do, because it lets you do the bi-directional streaming stuff. So maybe that could be the project. I've got a load of shit open. Oh, don't close it completely. There we go. So, ideas for things to do. Some kind of chat application. Yeah. Because that would allow us to do maybe connect to database as well, which would be quite interesting. And maybe even use this envoy proxy stuff. So, let me write that down. Kind of, it would allow us to, which would be good, because yeah, learning how to connect to a database, which I've already done stuff before in Go doing that. So it's not like a massive deal, but it'd be good to do that, you know, because it'd make a more of a real world application, which is good. So it allows us to use a database, and we could also use envoy proxy to because what I'm thinking is, at least initially, maybe it's just like a CLI thing. What about the saving it? I'll just leave it as is. It's not the most important thing in the world. It's just a quick note. I just needed somewhere to write a quick note. Right. So we did that, bidirectional streaming. Starting the server. So once we've implemented all our methods, we also need to start up a gRPC server so that clients can actually use our service. So okay, so we establish a TCP server here, and then we pass it into, so it takes control of that TCP server. That's easy enough. Alright, so that's the end of the tutorial. Yeah, very interesting. I mean, there's some stuff that I'm still like the client side bidirectional streaming is a bit different to the server side, and I'm trying to figure out why. It looks like the client one is kind of dealing with two streams. If you look at so we've got this stream here that we've got weight here. So what's this doing? So this is getting this is receiving from the server side, and then this one. So this is sending to the server side. But then our server side is only receiving. Oh, but it's also sending back. Okay. Alright, so here comes the hard part. Now that that's done, I guess it's probably best to try to do something myself, which is where things get difficult. Is there anything here that would be interesting? Not really. Well, I mean, they're probably, going forward, probably something in here that will be useful, but I think for now it's just really a case of getting on with trying to build something. Does this quick start have oh yeah. Wait. No, those are the plugins for the protocol compiler. Because basically what I want to do is start like a fresh project, just to kind of, figure stuff out. But let's have a look. So this proto thing. Yeah, this will be the thing that I really need to get used to. Oh, I'll probably just get on with it then. Should I close? Well, I'll minimize that, and then it's at least there as a reference, which is fine. So let's do. Do I have anything? Oh yeah, I think the actual gRPC learning. So that's fine. So if I do make directory, I'll call it chat app, and we'll kind of set it up as if as if we're going to work on like a proper chat application. And I think what I'm going to do is start off trying to make it so that the client and the server on the running on the CLI effectively can communicate. So I should be able to type a message in and something like that. We'll see if that'll work. But then it could become, an actual application where I add a database and front end, that kind of thing. But I won't promise anything. I'll just try and get this to work. So cd in there and then go mod init cat app. That's fine. Yeah. I open that and I think it's gone back to being small again. So zoom in a bit so people can actually see on screen. So I need I did install them on something else. Do I have something else in this folder? I feel like I did an install before where I included, because it'll be in the Go mod, I guess. Although there's a lot of stuff in here actually. Why is there so much stuff in here? Oh, I think I've got the entire gRPC. So I've downloaded all of this just to look at the examples, I guess. Let's go to Go mod. So this is what I was talking about. So you need. Okay. Let me find an alternate resource to look at, because there's a lot going on in there, and I don't quite know exactly what I need to install just to kind of get going. There is something somewhere, but I don't know where it is. Yeah, I saw it somewhere. It's like a get started guide, but I can't seem to see anything. It might be on the actual GitHub actually. Oh no, don't do that. I just wanted to actually go to the repo. Oh, here we go. I think here it'll have the things to. So simply add this to your code and then. won't mess around too much with that. So a new folder, we need a client and a server. I'll do server first. We also need, what did they call it? Did they just call it? What would I call it? What would what for a chat application? So would it just be something like chat, I guess? Maybe. We'll go with that. So new oh, not in there. New folder, chat, and this will be the where we have all the protobuf stuff, and then client. So apparently I just need the thing that I'm confused about is it only says here like import gRPC, but you need the proto stuff as well, I think. So like it says it here, so do I need this too, I guess? I assume so. Can I actually open that up? Is it possible? Oh, that's opened it up in the wrong browser. I guess we'll just go with that, that's fine. So we need this. And then we need this. Oh no, don't do that. Well, that was easy. Okay. Okay. So I'm not too sure what. So I get this one, This is just all the things that you need to implement, which is fine. Saved features. Right, okay, I see what that is. Protects root nodes. No. Protect root nodes. Okay, so I don't think I need to worry about that. That's just specific to this application. So what I do need is this, or you know, the equivalent for my little chat application thing. But first of all, I actually need to create this pro thing. So let me just have a look at something. So is it in here? Examples, and then it's hello world, I think. Let me just have a check at what they've put in here. So do I have to put something? Do I just follow? I'm just wondering about these Java package things because I don't really know what you put here. I guess you just follow this naming convention and it's fine. I don't really know. So the Go, well, we'll do, so syntax pro 3. It'd be good to actually, you know what I might do? I might just do this and then put them side by side. Okay. So the syntax is going to be proto 3. For some reason, oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, that wasn't highlighting anything, but it seems to be fine. So the Go package is equal to, I think it'll be chat app. Why do I keep, I cannot type, save my life here. So it'll be chat app slash chat, I guess. So option Java multiple files through. Oh, I didn't put a. There we go. Option Java package. Okay, I don't know what to put here. I guess. Does this matter? Do you need this? What do you put here? io.grpc.examples.helloworld. I don't know. I don't really. Yeah, the Java naming convention stuff's always been so weird to me. Like everything's just like some weird, like a backwards URL. So weird. I don't know. Just chat app dot chat. Does that work? I guess we'll find out. I haven't put a semicolon there. I keep not putting semicolons. Option Java outer class name and then chat. Oh no, chat app proto. I guess we'll hope that that works. So the package is going to be chat. And then we just define a service. Oops, service. Chat. Spell it right. Okay. So what do we need? I think what we need. So I wonder if we should just like basically immediately do the bidirectional thing, because that's what makes the most sense, because obviously we're doing a chat, so it's a bit. I was just thinking actually, yeah, that's going to confuse things, because technically speaking, when you have a chat, because I was thinking that it was a chat between the client and the server, but technically speaking, that's not really what's going to be happening, because when you have a chat application, you tend to have a server in the middle of two clients. So technically speaking, I'd have one server running and two clients, not just a client and a server. Otherwise, you won't be talking to anyone technically. So yeah, I've just thought of that now, which is, I don't know if it complicates things, but it just, that just makes more sense. But hmm. Have a look at the bidirectional thing again. Is it on this one? So I guess technically speaking, it should be able to handle like a chat application type thing. I'm just wondering because um, it might not be the case that you can do like, you might not be able to do because normally when you've got a WebSocket server, you have the information of the clients connected in some way, so you can send messages to specific clients. But in this case, it feels more like it's you're sort of only connected for a certain amount of time, I suppose, like during the. I don't know. It just, I think it might work a little bit different to WebSockets, but I'm not too sure. Like you can read and write messages, but only like while the stream's open, and it's not open for, maybe it's not open for that long. Like it's not meant to be open for a long time. And you can't from the server send messages to like a specific stream based on another stream, if that makes sense. Because that's normally what you would do. You have a server in the middle, and then a client would send a message, and then you'd broadcast that message out to anybody that's like, what were the WebSocket clients that are connected. But in this case, I don't think you really have that information, I guess. I don't really know. So maybe it's not appropriate for that kind of thing. It just assumes that there's one client. Not that there's one client connected, but it's the communications from client to server, and it doesn't have multiple clients, if that makes sense. Like when you communicate, it doesn't factor in the fact that there's other clients connected as well. It's just between that client and server. I don't know if that makes sense, but it makes sense in my head. I suppose it's the important part. Yeah, maybe it doesn't actually work that well for this. Maybe I'll have to go back to the drawing board, and I mean, I can still continue with it, but I don't think it's going to be a real-time chat in the sense of, technically speaking, it could work. It just means you have to distribute the messages out differently, which would mean like a separate connection or something. Yeah. I can still do it though. I can still do whatever I was going to do. Have communication between the client and the server, and that's fine. Yeah, it's just about finding projects that use it. I don't know, is there a way of doing that? Because I always struggle, like whenever I find something new and I'm like, it'd be nice to see how to use this in a project. I can never find anything. I don't know if there's like, there is this thing here where it's like used by, but do you see what this has? Stack it, save it, thrive. Oh, okay, it's one of those. It's just taken a word and spelled it. But that's just TypeScript. Why is that TypeScript? But it's using. Am I looking at something else? Oh yeah, I'm looking at gRPC web. And we need this. Oh, this doesn't have it. I mean, I do have this. Oh, that's the wrong thing. There we go. I do have this, which is effectively a project using it, so. It's more just coming up. The issue is it's more just coming up with like a good thing to use it for, like a good project, you know. I might just do Oh, I see. Okay, that's interesting actually. So this thing says accepts a stream of root nodes sent while a route is being traversed, while receiving other root nodes from other users. So that might mean that you could have a chat application that sends. So it would. Yeah, you could actually do so. That's it. Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, I think that's the thing I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try that because effectively, what's happening here is apparently, whilst what did it say there? A thing's being added to it. So whilst receiving other root nodes. So I'm wondering if what you could do is you could have like one of these bi-directional endpoints, and you could store the messages in like, you know, an external, like an array or something like that. And if a new message gets added, it could get sent to the other client that's connected. So you could have two clients connected, and if one of them sends a message, while it's looping through, it will then grab that message from the array and send it to the other client, if that makes sense. I don't know if that would work, but it's probably something that might be worth trying just to see. I don't think that I don't know if that's how you're meant to use it, but it'd be interesting. Because the thing is, I think the thing that I'm thinking at the moment is that the bi-directional, like if you open up a WebSocket connection, you're kind of it's the expectation is that you're just going to keep it open, but I don't know if that's the same with like if you open up a connection this using this like bi-directional streaming thing, this I don't know if it's expected that you would keep it open or if you would just use it for whatever you need to use it for and then just close it. I don't know if it's like a long term thing or if it's just you just open it, use it, and then close it. Because obviously, if it's a chat application, then the expectation is that you keep connected to the WebSocket connection. Should probably look into that. But I'm kind of interested in trying the thing I've just mentioned, so I might just go with that for now, and then we'll see what happens. So let's call it RPC. I suppose what I could do is have like send a message and stuff like that. Send. So let's try and like plan this out. So we'll do like list messages. So this will be like the initial when somebody connects to it. We'll list messages, and this will just return all the messages that have been sent previously, and that'll expect. This won't really expect anything, I suppose, but it'll return. How do you return like an array of something? Have a look. Actually, maybe it's here. So. Yeah, didn't really help. Okay, so it looks like I want something like this. I think. So I could either stream it, which would be fine, but I don't know actually. Is that? I think I could either stream it or I could just send it all in kind of one, one thing. But do can I call it message? So I can do message and then message. Is that fine or is that a conflict? I don't know if it's case sensitive, then it should be fine. Okay. Oh, yeah, because I haven't completed this. So it'll be something like list messages. What's wrong here? It's expecting something in here, but I don't really have. I don't really want to pass anything in here. So can I just do like? I don't know. Can I just make it empty? I might just pass in. If I do message channel, then do something like that. I'll pass in channel returns. Something like that. Maybe. Should be. list messages. Oh, I think there might be a slight naming conflict there. Let's call it like. We'll just follow theirs. We'll call it message summary. There we go. So this will just, when somebody connects initially, they'll get all the messages that were sent previously. And then the idea, I guess, would be that they would establish a connection to the bidirectional one to get messages from, that are being sent live. That makes sense to me, at least. So I might actually just Google that. Bidirectional streams in gRPC to be long lasting. That might be I don't know if that's how you'd phrase it. Yeah, so it's persistent. Okay, then, so you can do that for a. Okay, so you can be long lasting then, so that's good. So RPC chat. I don't know if I can call it chat actually, because that's already got. Call it channel chat. So the idea is that you'll be able to chat on a specific channel. I'm not really, that'll be something for the future, but an I in there by accident. But yes, so we stream message, so that's fine. And I'd want to connect initially to a channel, but I guess that doesn't really matter that much. We'll just leave that for now. We'll just expect a stream of messages, so that's fine. And then it'll return a stream of messages. So it's just the same thing. That's fine. I guess the first thing we should do is set up the server so it actually listens. Where is that? A quick start. Oh no, basic tutorial. Starting the server, here we go. So we're going to need net. I think, is it just import net? Net. So func main. TCP. And then how did they do it here? Okay, so they did it the same way. Okay. FMT, which will that automatically bring in FMT? Yeah, it will. Print F. And then we'll do localhost %d, and then we'll pass in port. Although I don't have a port, so I'll just do 8,000, I guess. Then we can do if is not equal to nil, log dot fatal f. And then yeah, I think it was just I need this server options stuff. gRPC PC server. New server. Then I need to pull in the so pb. What would it be? Chat app / chat, I think. Oh, yeah, okay. I think I haven't. Yeah, I need to build it first. Okay. Forgot about that. Right, where's that long command that you have to run? Here we go. Can I just copy basically everything here except I need to change that, I guess. Right. Let me try this. Get into the right directory first. Copy this long command. I think that's basically just saying that put everything in the folder that it's not the folder that it's running in the folder wherever this is, I guess. So this is in let's just do chat. Is that right? Chat.proto. So let's give this a go, see if it works. Oh, that actually worked. I can't believe it. So from in here, yeah, so hopefully now I have that ready to use. So let's have a look at the, so pb dot register chat server, and then it'll be gRPC server. Oh, I did the wrong thing here. It needs to be the gRPC server, and then new server. Is that something in here? Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't actually defined that yet. It's just this up here, I think. Yeah, so you need to do, yeah. Right. Type chat server struct pb dot unimplemented chat server, and I think that's all I need really. Server. And I don't think I really need to do that new server thing because all that's doing is returning this. So I think all I would need to do here is do chat. So yeah, that basically. An empty struct, I think that's fine. And then gRPC server dot serve. Well, like that, I think. Cool. Oh, yes, this is the wrong thing, isn't it? I'm thinking that actually with this chat server, I might need to install like an array of messages, similar to what they've done here with the root note things. So something like that, maybe. Sorry if the screen just went blank. I clicked the wrong button. I was meant to unmute my mic, but I clicked the video. Okay. So I don't know if this is what I need or if I need like a slice or an array. What's the? I think array. Yeah. So I think slice is probably I think you can keep expanding a slice. So that's probably what I'm looking for, I think. Yeah, you can do like append, which makes sense. So if I do something like this, and we'll do this for now, and then maybe we'll figure out something later. But messages like that. So I think how I've done it's fine. I don't think I need to like initialize it or anything. I just do. And it'll initialize to a slice with nothing, I guess. Yeah, I think so. I think that's fine. I wonder if I do go run server main.go. Well, like that. I guess it'll never print anything, but I think that means it's working because it hasn't errored, so that's good. Okay, that's fine. That's a start. Now I just have to implement the other stuff. Fun. So, have a look. So what do I need first? Right, I've just been trying to figure this out. The problem is, so when somebody sends a message, I of course want to add to this messages um, array or slice, I suppose, which is fine. But then what I need to do is, if somebody is already connected, I need to detect that a new message has been added so that I can then send that to the client. So yeah, that's what I've been figuring out. So I think I'm just keeping track of how many items are in the slice. So if the length of the slice has gone up, it means that there's a new message to be sent. So I could just send all the messages that are from the last message that that client received up to the late, just in case somebody like one of the clients is sending tons of messages. Then, but that seems like a really bad way of doing things, but I might just do it that way. So I need something like initial length of slice. So something like that. And then I need the for loop for, and then there we can get the input error from stream. I don't know how this is going to work, so I'll have to just give it a test when I can. But if keep forgetting to do that, yeah, there we go. Try to see, because I don't know if it's just going to keep looping through here. In which case, there might not be a message to send or to add to the array, but I don't know. I don't really know what you do there, to be honest with you. Like, do you do like if in, but if there's a message, something like that? How do you do? How do you do an if statement in? That's right, isn't it? If in. How do I do like an if there's no message? Oh no, if there is a message. But how do I check that? I can't just do if in. Um, would it be something like not equal to nil? Something like that? That's not the right thing. What is it? There we go. We need to append to message. This should hopefully work. I don't actually know if that's going to work or not, but we'll go with it. So now we want to do if message count is not equal to length of messages, then it means that there's messages to be sent. Check if need to be sent. And I guess we need to do something like this. So we just need to loop through the range. So it'd be something like, I think, does it have it in here? Something like that. Will be so I guess I could create a new variable using that. So like is that? I think messages to send is probably a little bit nicer. Something like that. We need to do that thing. So it'll be s dot messages, and then it'll go from message count to length s dot messages. Is that right? Oh no, you don't need to do that, do you? Because you just need to go all the way to the end. So you just need to specify the starting position, I think. So the slices up from and including. Oh, I don't think we want to include it, do we? We want to go +1. So is that +1? What's that error? Okay. So we want to start from. So the assumption is they've already seen that message. So then we want to do the next message all the way up to the end, and then just basically loop through that. So then we do another for. Look, I have no idea what I'm doing here, by the way. If you if you haven't already guessed. For message. Something like that, maybe. And then Oh, yeah, I need to do this, I think. That'll be a message, and that'll be a message. All right, cool. How is the progress? You know what? It's not too bad. I think this is going to work. So basically, I've got the list message done. So this will send all the messages that have been sent so far. So this will be when somebody initially connects to the chat. And then I've got this channel chat, which is the bidirectional streaming thing. So it'll get a count of how many messages have been sent so far. Then it'll listen out for messages that have been sent in. If a message gets sent, it'll append it to the messages up here. And then what it'll do is it'll do a check to see if message count is not equal to the length of the messages slice. Then it will basically grab all of the messages to send, which starts from the last message the user received +1, because you want to start from the next message because they've received that message, the message count, the one at message count. I think that's right. And then +1 should be the next message, all the way up to the end of the slice. And then basically we're just going to loop through and just stream all the messages down that the user hasn't received yet, if that makes sense. So that should, well, I say should work. I don't quite know if it actually will, but that looks about right, and it's all the correct types and stuff. So, I guess the next thing to work on is kind of hard to process as a JS dev. But honestly, I'm with you. PHP developer. Well, I've done JS, but yeah, primarily a PHP developer, and it's a bit like, I don't know, stuff like this you just don't really do in PHP. So it's quite a bit different, but it's cool. I like there's something about it that I quite like. I couldn't really describe it, but I do quite like this kind of stuff. So yeah, now it's just a case of doing the client, and I think what I might have to do is just kind of, what I'd like to do is make it so that the user could type in messages. But I think what I might do first is just kind of fake it by like running through the code and just sending messages. If that makes sense. So, but we'll see. But I'll need to do the client stuff first. Let's have a look. Well, the first thing I could do is actually just start this server up and see if it like crashes. So that seems to work. If it doesn't come up with an error, then it means that it's doing what it's supposed to do. And the fact that it's all types and stuff means that it's probably fine. I don't know. Because it means I haven't used like the wrong types anywhere. So we should be pretty good. Do the client. Tiring this, honestly. Trying to figure all this out is onto this message. Right. Let's get started on the client. Is this still main.go? What did they call it here? Did they? Oh, I think they actually just called it. Yeah, I think I'm doing something wrong here. I probably should have called this server.go instead of main.go. I think that's the wrong naming convention. Server. And then this would be client.go. Client.go. And then we'll do package main. The includes will be pretty much the same as this, I think. And then what did they do? So client. So I guess there's not really much setup to do. It's just a kind of, like you do all the setup stuff on the server, but the client stuff, I guess you can just start interacting with it immediately. So I don't need to like set up loads of stuff, which is I can create a client, so that's fine. Server address, where's that? Oh, okay. So we'll start off with the main function and kind of just get stuff set up, and then go from there. Main. Oh, there we go. So let's do connection. gRPC dot new client. Oh, I'm looking in the wrong place. Sorry. Log dot fatal. And defer. Close. Oh, already put them in from it. And then we need to specify the client. Be new chat client, and then pass in the connection. Now we can use that to interact with the server. All right, that's step one. Now we need to listen out for new messages. All right, back to it. So we basically want to do this. So let's do this. So we do like start chat or something. We want to pass in the client db.chat client. I'm not 100% sure what this context with timeout thing is, like in this case. If it takes more than 10 seconds, does it stop the connection or something? I guess maybe it's for this initial connection, maybe. Root chat context. Yeah, we'll just do that then. It's fine. So context answer. Right, I think that's right, and that should work for sending or receiving messages from the server. I've never actually used channels and stuff, so I don't actually fully know what I'm doing. I can kind of guess based on this. Okay, let's just see if that works. Oh yes, it's awaiting messages, which is good. Now it's just a question of oh. So I guess you can do it without the timeout then. So I do it. How do I do this? So context dot without cancel context dot background, because I don't really want to cancel it. I want to just what's that say? So oh, okay. So without cancel, I think that's right. I want it to just kind of stay open. So like that. So what I do need to do is figure out how to do I/O stuff, so how to get messages, and allow it so that the user can type in messages and send messages. Okay, so I need something like that, which is fine. So this for loop here will be that, basically. Oh, it's basically just like a, yeah. I think you would do reader outside of it though. So reader, oh, new reader os.standard in. I think that's right. We'll double check. Hmm. Then we need to send that up. So I think that needs to be, is it need to be pb.message, I think. Text. Set that to text. Okay. I don't know if I'm missing something here because this one's not got a yellow wiggly line. Am I missing stream? I guess I need a way of breaking out of the loop. So maybe if it errors, then I should break out of it or something. Have a look. Yeah, I can just break out like that. Cool. So after this, I'll just do a break. That might be fine. Okay, there we go. So now there's actually a way of, breaking out the loop and closing the send stream. Okay. I have no idea if this is going to work, but give it a try. I'll stop that and then go again. I don't know if that got the message. Okay. So now I just need to see if it's actually coming through on the server. Okay, so it got the message. That's good. But it doesn't send it back. Try this. Okay, so it does get to this bit, which is good. But then, messages to send doesn't work. Either that or I'm doing something wrong on Lightsaber, but we'll just try this now. So let's see what messages to send is. So messages to send. So yeah, restart that. Oh, wrong thing. I wonder if it should just be like that. Let's try that. Oh, that actually sent back, I think. Yeah. Did it? Oh, and I need to make it so that I think that's... Yeah, I need to change message count to be the length of... Message count needs to be basically just that length s messages, s dot messages. I think that's right. Is that... I think that might actually be working. because I'm not. When it prints to the console, it only ever does that here. So if I get rid of that temporarily, do that. Oh, declared and not used in. Just do that for now. Oh yeah, so it's got my messages. I mean, it's been a bit. It's formatting them in a bit of a weird way, but I mean that is still printing it, so I don't think that's. I guess that's just how that works. Like, I'm expecting a response back is the only problem. So what should happen is it does this message and then it sends a message back. I might just print some. Yeah, the format. Probably just print this actually. It seems to do it the first time and then doesn't do it again. So like I put hello and then it put it twice. How would that be the case? Oh, I think I know why. Yeah, because I haven't put this in a for loop, that's why. There you go. So it does it the first time because it runs through the code, but so now if I do this, I should get everything twice because it's sending it there and then sending it back. So which is what we want, so that's good. I don't know why it keeps doing that thing where it's like adding in extra stuff there. Yeah, that's about what we want. So that's good. Okay, cool. Um, well, that does work technically. And if I restart this, it's gonna look mental, isn't it? Oh my god. I don't know why the formatting's so weird. Like it's yeah, everything gets like /r/n added to it, so it returns and a new line. I don't really know why it would do that. But, yeah, that doesn't really matter. Probably just put a thing here and see. I think, yeah, okay. Well, I think the um the new line might be added here. So not text, sorry, wrong place. So if I do this, look. Oh, it's not displaying that. Okay. I wanted to see this, where you can see like the new line stuff. All right, so yeah, I think that'll do for now. There's not much more I can add at the moment. I don't think that I might have a think about either what to add to this or other projects to do that might be quite interesting. Maybe I can find some more. I don't know, something to. Well, I don't know if I really want to do any more follow along stuff. I kind of just want to work on something, but yeah, I'll get that ready for next stream. So yeah, thanks for everyone for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed. I don't know when I'm going to be live next. I suppose the idea is I want to stream daily, but I'm not going to make any promises on that one. I'm not. The last time I streamed was ages ago, so I'm not very consistent with that. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Hopefully tomorrow go live again and maybe continue with some more Go and gRPC stuff, which will be very interesting. Anyway, so thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye.